We're not starting.
And
Okay.
I'm going to be right over there.
Okay. didn't know you guys. Thank you for joining us today for our first press conference since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was confirmed as the 26th Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Welcome to the press and the supporters of the MAHA movement who are here today to listen to Secretary Kennedy and Walter Zaharodny's remarks regarding the CDC's latest Autism and Developmental Disabilities Monitoring Network survey that was published yesterday in the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. I am honored to introduce to you Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm going to go over some of the key numbers from the ADDM report. Overall, the autism is increasing in prevalence at an alarming rate. The study tests 8-year-olds who were born in 2014. And by the way, these studies are 2 years later than they should be. And one of the things that we're going to do as we move this function to the Administration for a Healthy America, to the Chronic Disease Division, the new Chronic Disease Division, is we are going to have updated real-time data so that people can look at this, so Americans can understand what is happening with chronic disease in this country in real time, and not have to wait 2 years to react. We don't wait 2 years to react to a measles epidemic, and we should not, or any kind of infectious disease. We shouldn't have to do that for diabetes or autism. The ASD prevalence rate in 8-year-olds is now 1 in 31. Shocking. There's an extreme risk for boys. Overall, the risk for boys of getting an autism diagnosis in this country is now 1 in 20. And is high in California, which has the best data collection. So it probably also reflects the national trend, 1 in 12.5 boys. This is part of an unrelenting upward trend. The prevalence 2 years ago was 1 in 36. Since the first ADDM report in 1990, which was 1992 births, autism has increased by a factor of 4.8. That's 480%, I believe. The first ADDM survey was 22 years ago when prevalence was 1 in 150 children. In all the core states, the trend is consistently upward, and most cases now are severe. So about 25% of the kids who are diagnosed with autism are nonverbal, non-toilet trained, and have other stereotypical features, head banging, tactile and light sensitivities, stimming, toe walking, etc. One of the things that I think that we need to move away from today is this ideology that the autism diagnosis, that the autism prevalence increases, the relentless increases, are simply artifacts of better diagnoses, better recognition, or changing diagnostic criteria. If you look at Table 3 of the ADDM report, it's clear that the rates are real, that they are increasing in the last 10 years, which is beginning with the first one. Year by year, there is a steady, relentless increase. I want to, because this epidemic denial has become a feature in the mainstream media, and it's based on an industry canard. And obviously, there are people who don't want us to look at environmental exposures. And so I want to just read you some of a little excerpts from some of the older studies. The baseline for autism in this country was established with the largest epidemiological study in history, a study of all 900,000 children in the state of Wisconsin, children under the age of 12. They found 0.7 children had autism in every 10,000. That's less than 1 in 10,000. Today we're at 1 in 31. That study also confirmed the 4-to-1 male to female ratio. There were at that time just over 60 children in Wisconsin with autism. And today it's around 20,000. In 1987, there was another exhaustive study, a peer-reviewed study in North Dakota, set out to count every child in the state with a pervasive developmental disorder, including autism. That study meticulously combed through every record, every diagnosis, and even conducted in-person assessments of the entire population of 180,000 children under 18. The autism rate they found was 3.3 per 10,000, so that's in line with the 1 in 10,000 that was found in Wisconsin 17 years earlier. For context, today the last number of 1 in 36 is 83 times higher. In 1987, out of every 1 million kids, 330 were diagnosed with autism. Today, there are 27,777 for every million. If you accept the epidemic denier's narrative, you have to believe that researchers in North Dakota missed 98.8% of the children with autism. That thousands of profoundly disabled children were somehow invisible to doctors, teachers, parents, and even their own study. The same researchers who followed the original cohort for 12 years to double-check their number, they went back in 2000 and found that they had missed exactly 1 child. So doctors and therapists in the past were not stupid. They weren't missing all these cases. The epidemic is real. Between 1959 and 1965, researchers from 14 hospitals associated with major universities undertook the National Collaborative Perinatal Project, tracking 30,000 children from birth to age 8. This was no half-baked survey-based analysis. The study conducted 9 separate screenings covering neurology, psychology, speech, language, hearing, and visual function. Every developmental quirk, anomaly, and disorder was logged with painstaking detail. Autism, a condition characterized by profound impairments in social communication and behavior, would have stood out like a neon sign. There were 14 cases. That's 4.7 per 10,000. So we know what the historic numbers are, and we know what the numbers are today, and it's time for everybody to stop attributing this to this ideology of epidemic denial. In 2009, the California State Legislature charged the Mind Institute at UC Davis because this myth was already becoming pervasive, the myth of epidemic denial was already becoming pervasive in the mainstream media. The California legislature directed the Mind Institute at UC Davis to answer the question. And Irva Hertz-Pichota was a highly esteemed, revered scientist, neurology, and epidemiologist, came back with a definitive answer: the epidemic is real. only a very, very small portion of it can be changed can be charged to better recognition or better diagnostic criteria. I want to say a couple of other things. There are many, many other studies that affirm this, and instead of listening to this canard of epidemic denial, all you have to do is start reading a little science, because the answer is very clear. And this is catastrophic for our country. There's a recent study by Blaxell et al. And a team of other researchers that said that the cost of treating autism in this country by 2035, so within 10 years, will be $1 trillion a year. This is added to already astronomical healthcare costs. And then there's an individual injury. These are kids this is a preventable disease. We know it's an environmental exposure. It has to be. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability. You need an environmental toxin. And Irva Hertz-Pachota pointed out that because of this mythology, that the amount of money and resources put into studying genetic causes, which is a dead end, has been historically 10 to 20 times the amount spent by NIH and other agencies to study environmental factors, to study exposures, to study external factors, and that's where we're going to find the answer. This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes, they'll never hold a job, they'll never play baseball, they'll never write a poem, they'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children, and we need to put an end to it. And I think I'm going to have Walter Zaharodny, who is the most senior researcher for this project for ADDM, and who's been doing this for many years, to come up and say a little.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm here as a long-term autism researcher and a clinical psychologist. I get to wear two hats, one with patients and families, trying to help them get to a diagnosis and to interventions and treatments, but also for the last 20 plus years as the director of the New Jersey Autism Study, which is a CDC-sponsored autism surveillance system. We've monitored autism in New Jersey in concert with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention since 2000. When we began our endeavor with CDC, we expected to do maybe 2 or 3 baseline studies to establish how many children have autism, because it was not expected that autism prevalence would increase. Other childhood disabilities, neurologic disorders do not increase or change over time. But somehow, for some reason, with autism, everything was different. Autism went from being a very unusual, rare disability which affected, as the secretary said, 1 child in maybe 10,000, to being known in every community, every school district, every center that cares for children with disabilities. Autism is real. It's a true disability. It's not a personality quirky issue. Everything is changed for the individual with autism, and while there's a wide range of expression, it does change the family, and it does inevitably change the community and the society in which we find it. Autism prevalence has increased very dramatically. It's increased in New Jersey, where we have excellent resources and access to services, and it's increased in all the states in the network. It's increased not only by the CDC, ATOM network, active surveillance activities, but it's increased according to federal IDEA statistics and information from a multitude of surveys. It is a true increase. There is better awareness of autism, but better awareness of autism cannot be driving disability like autism to increase by 300% in 20 years. That's what we saw in New Jersey. That's what the CDC report of yesterday indicates. And that's what, in my opinion, future reports from epidemiologists will show. The data provided in yesterday's report strongly suggests that not only is this a high point of autism prevalence, but in the future, rates can only be higher. Autism deserves to be treated as a real public health phenomenon, and I would say is an urgent public health crisis. It's not just that we're more astute or perceptive. It's not like 2 or 3 children out of for every one with autism has remained invisible. Autism is striking, and the consequences are lifelong. So I would urge everyone to consider the likelihood that autism, whether you call it an epidemic, a tsunami, or a surge of autism, is a real thing that we don't understand, and it must be triggered or caused by environmental or risk factors. We need to address this question seriously because, in my opinion, for the last 20 years, we've collected data but not made real progress in understanding what causes autism or how to effectively prevent it or treat it effectively. So I urge you to read the report very carefully. I urge you to do something that nobody does and go into the many supplemental tables and see that autism is a true phenomenon and that we need a correct perception, not a perception that allows us to just provide services without understanding the root causes or the true factors at play. So thank you for your attention. I wish we could answer questions.
I think we can. Let me just say one other thing. I referred to a number of studies. There are many, many, many others in the scientific literature that absolutely explode this mythology that this is, that the autism epidemic is not real. If you read the literature, it is absolutely indefensible to continue to promote this. But it doesn't take you to read the literature. It just takes a little common sense. If the epidemic is an artifact, a better diagnostic criteria or better recognition, then why are we not seeing it in older people? Why is this only happening in young people? I asked Walter before we came out here, I said, have you ever seen anybody our age? I'm 71 years old with full-blown autism, head banging, nonverbal, non-toilet trained, stimming, toe walking, these other stereotypical features. Where are these people walking around the mall? You can't find them. They're not in homes. There are no homes for them. There are no institutions for them. Why are we seeing them on the street? Anybody can look around and see that this is a canard. And then you have to ask yourself, why is it so pervasive? Why has it been thrown up against us for so many years? And clearly there are industries. This is coming from an environmental toxin. And somebody made a profit by putting that environmental toxin into our air, our water, our medicines, our food. And it's to their benefit to say, oh, to normalize it, to say, oh, this is all normal, it's always been here. But that's not good for our country, and it's not good for the press to not be more inquisitive, to not be more skeptical. And within 3 weeks, and probably we're hoping in 2 weeks, we're going to announce a series of new studies to identify precisely what the environmental toxins are that are causing it. This has not been done before. And we're going to do it in a thorough and comprehensive way, and we're going to get back to with an answer to the American people very, very quickly.
Secretary Kennedy.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Secretary Kennedy, I was not diagnosed with autism in 1994 when I initially did it. It took me 5 years to get diagnosed later. You also talked about the fact that the numbers increased with Black and Latino people, but your own study says these findings may indicate that improvements in ASD awareness, identification, and access to services and communities among Black and Latino, Hispanic, and API children have improved. Do you think that, are you denying that in the past Black, Latino, and AAPI people had not been diagnosed, they had been diagnosed with behavioral disorders, they've been disciplined, they've been incarcerated, and now they're finally getting the services that they need?
Oh yeah, and there are small slivers of the autism epidemic, maybe 10% to 25% according to the studies. Highest studies are around 25%. That can be attributed to better recognition and better diagnosis. That means 85% are still, or 75% to 80% are part of an epidemic, and that's too many. And that is what we need to redress.
Walter, do you have something you'd like to add?
There's better recognition of autism and better awareness because there are more children with autism, and the professionals have greater reason to learn from what their experience and to diagnose. I wish the contrary was true, but it's not like better awareness pushes something that's not there. Rather, something that's there is being recognized.
Can you please say your first and last name and outlet before asking a question?
By the way, my name is Eric Garcia, The Independent.
Thank you.
Secretary Kennedy, Amanda Seitz with the Associated Press. Some of the CDC's own research has concluded that there's a genetic link at play with autism. Are you saying today that you don't trust that research or that it was wrong? Could you expand a little bit more on that?
No, there is, we have really good genetic markers now, and they provide a vulnerability. But those genetic markers alone are not going to dictate your destiny. You need an environmental toxin. There are many genetic markers that dictate the methylation capacity of the human body. Those contribute to, those dictate, listen, with many people smoke cigarettes, and only 1 in 5 died from lung cancer. There were 4 of them that didn't. And those were the ones that had some circumstances, probably genetic, that made them more susceptible to it. And the same is true. We know that that glutathione production, and glutathione is an enzyme that helps the human body excrete metals and toxins. People with low glutathione production are more vulnerable. People with the MTHFR gene, which dictates methylation, are more vulnerable. People with high testosterone are more vulnerable. So there are a lot of genetic vulnerabilities. You need an environmental toxin.
Alex at Fox. Alex.
Hi, Alex Hoff, Fox News. In seeking out an environmental toxin, do you feel that if one or several are detected or put on your radar, do you think it would be the same one causing issues at both ends of the spectrum? Children who struggle with, let's say, sensory issues, all the way to those who are fully care dependent, unable to speak. Would it be the same catalyst in all of those varying conditions, you think?
Well, those are the kind of studies we're going to do. And you're right, there's a spectrum of injuries, and we don't know. There are studies that, that look at maternal activation, so that, something happens in the womb. There are studies that look at other genetic cause. The issue that we know is genes don't cause epidemics. You need an environmental toxin. And we're going to look at all the potential culprits. We're going to look at mold. We're going to look at food additives. We're going to look at pesticides. We're going to look at air and water and medicines. So, we're going to look at ultrasound, because there's a timeline that, something happened. In fact, Congress said to EPA, ordered EPA to tell us what year the autism epidemic began. The EPA scientists came back and said it happened in 1989. Oh, you have to find a toxin that became ubiquitous around that time period. And that affected every demographic, from Cubans in Key Biscayne to Inuit in Alaska. And that affects boys at a 4-to-1 ratio as girls. There's a limited universe of those, but actually it's quite large. And, Irva Hertz-Pichota was the one who suggested that, one of the things we have to look at is ultrasound. I don't think that that's probably a factor, but it's one of the exposures that became ubiquitous during that period. And we're going to look at all of them agnostically. We're going to find the potential exposures that increased during that time period. And then we're going to we're going to see if there is a link to this injury.
Hi.
Thank you. Nathan at Epoch Times.
I'm sorry. Can I please go? I've been
No,
waiting.
Nathan.
Give him his chance to speak.
Nathan.
Yes, Nathan Worcester with Epoch Times. During that same time period of increasing autism prevalence or diagnoses, there's also been a significant increase in maternal and paternal age. Couldn't that be a significant contributor
With what?
beyond maternal and paternal age?
Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. We're going to look at obesity in the parents. We're going to look at the age of the parents. We're going to look at diabetes in the parents. We're going to look at all of these potential exposures. And because of AI and because of the digitalization of health records and the mass of health records that are now available to us, we can do this much more quickly than has ever been done in the past.
Cheyenne. This is our last question. Thank you.
Do you still pledge to have answers by September, or is that going to be the beginning of this process? And are you open to following the science regardless of whether it confirms some of your expectations or not?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna follow the science no matter what it says, and we will have some of the answers by September. It's going to be an evolving process. We're going to issue grants the way that it's always done to university researchers and others. We're going to remove the taboo. People will know they can research and they can follow the science no matter what it says, without any kind of fear that they're going to be censored, that they're going to be gaslighted, that they're going to be silenced, they're going to be defunded, delicensed, and we're going to give them permission to do this research. And then we're going to open it up to the research community, and we're going to task them with certain outcomes, and we're going to have them come and bid on how to do the research. This is all being run by Jay Bhattacharya, and I think Martin Koldorf may be also working on this, on designing the grant proposals. So it's going to be done by credible scientists, by the most credible scientists from all over the world, and we're going to do it very, very quickly. Yeah, one more question.
Once you identify...
Can you identify yourself?
Oh, sorry. I'm Emma Bevins with Fierce Healthcare. Once you identify which environmental toxins are causing autism, what do you expect the impact to be on the industries that are causing those? As you cited industry as something that would cause it.
I think we're going to figure out a way to make pressure on them to remove it. And I think also, there will be market forces that also exert pressure on them to remove it. And I want to say that I'm very grateful President Trump because he tasked me on day one of this job with making this a priority of finding out what's causing the autism epidemic, and we are going to do it for him. Thank you all very much.
Education, Linda McMahon, Representative Laurel Libby of the Maine State House, Linnea Saltz of IWF Women's Sports Advocate, Stephanie Turner, a fencer, Zoe Hutchison, a Maine athlete, Cassidy Carlisle, a Maine athlete, and my dear friend, you all know Riley Gaines, who has been a champion on this issue for women. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education. The state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports. This is also about these young women's personal safety. I've met many of these women throughout the past weeks and months, and what they have been through is horrific. We have exhausted every other remedy. We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits. We want to get states to comply with us. That's what this is about. We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women. We've stripped grants from Maine through other departments, and we are going to continue to fight for women. Let me give you some examples. Let me give you a timeline. This timeline, I think, is pretty important. So in February 2024, these are just a few examples. A biological boy started competing in women's ski races and cross-country races in Maine. He came in first in the 5K with a time that would have been 43rd among men. In February 2025, a biological boy won first place in the pole vaulting competition in Maine's indoor track and field meet. He beat every other girl by a significant margin. That qualified him for regional championships. That took a spot away from a young woman in women's sports. Shame on him. February 21st, 2025. President Trump has the governors at the White House. President Trump has the exchange with Janet Mills. He asked her about the issue. Her response, "We'll see you in court." Well, we still didn't sue. HHS and the Department of Ed opened investigations in an attempt to get them to comply. They both found violations. And in March, Maine refused to comply. I want to read you this letter. This is from the Maine Attorney General to the Department of Education. We will not sign the resolution agreement. We do not have revisions or a counterproposal. We agree we are at an impasse. Nothing in Title IX or its implementing regulations prohibits schools from allowing transgender girls and women to participate on girls' and women's sports teams. Well, they must not be reading the same Title IX that we're reading. We believe they are failing to protect women, and it's not only an issue in sports, it is a public safety issue. These boys are allowed to go in women's restrooms. They are allowed to go in the women's dressing rooms and get fully naked and change in biological boys and change clothes in front of these young women. Maine's leadership has refused to comply at every turn. So now we have no other choice. We are taking them to court. What we are seeking an injunction to get them to stop this, stop what they're doing. That's pretty simple. And we are seeking to have the titles returned to the young women who rightfully won these sports. And we are also considering whether to retroactively pull all the funding that they have received for not complying in the past. And I'm so proud of these brave young women standing behind me. I see and lots of parents in the front too, and I've met you. Thank you to the parents for supporting your daughters and telling them it's okay to fight back and stand up for what they believe in. Some of these young women have endured vicious injuries too as a result of boys playing in their sports. It's my honor now to introduce to you our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I don't think our case could have been stated any better than it was just presented by our Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And I thank you very much for your participation this morning, and I will echo Attorney General's comments about how brave these women are, these young women. And of course, Riley Gaines has been a staunch advocate for the Title IX infractions, since she came on board, and we're so proud to have Riley out there as such a prominent spokesperson. So today, we're announcing a weighty development in the Title IX investigation into the Maine Department of Education. The Department of Education, analyzed Maine's Education Department for compliance with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, which prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or education program that receives federal funding. Unfortunately, our investigation has found that Maine continues to willfully violate Title IX and to strip the civil rights of female athletes in the state. And as Pam alluded as well, it's not just about their civil rights, it's about their safety. And we, after our investigation, we found we really had no other choice. We thought the infractions warranted turning them over to the Justice Department for their further investigation. So how do we get here? On February 5th, President Trump signed the executive order keeping men out of women's sports, which directed all states and educational programs receiving federal funds to cease the practice of allowing males to compete in sports programs for women. They didn't make this up. This is the law. This is Title IX. This executive order was aimed at protecting women like fencer Stephanie Turner or volleyball player Peyton McNabb from being injured and unfairly outmatched by male athletes. President Trump didn't pull any punches. He explicitly warned Maine and Governor Janet Mills that Maine would risk losing federal funding if it continued to allow males to participate in women's sports. Governor Mills chose to openly flout Title IX compliance, telling President Trump, and I'll repeat what the general said, "We'll see you in court," and obviously we are going to. That same day, our Office for Civil Rights opened an investigation into the Maine Department of Education and Maine School Administrative District Number 51 for permitting males and girls sports and denying female-only intimate facilities. The department's investigation confirmed Maine's Title IX violations, and we offered Maine leaders multiple opportunities to change their policy and to protect women in sports, and they have refused. So now as the DOJ begins their enforcement actions, I hope Governor Mills will recognize that her political feud with the president will deprive the students in her state of much more than the right to fair sporting events. After all, compliance with federal civil rights law is a universal prerequisite for receiving federal funding. The Trump administration could not be any clearer to all states, sports leagues, and educational institutions. We take the violations of women's civil rights very seriously. I have 3 granddaughters, and I want to make sure that they are treated fairly and that they aren't exposed, in dressing rooms. We want to make sure that if you open women's sports or intimate facilities to males, you expose yourself to federal civil rights investigations. Governor Mills will definitely get her wish. We thank you all for being here this morning. Look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you, Secretary. I'd now like to introduce to you State Rep Laurel Libby from Maine, who has been a champion for these young women in the state of Maine. And thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. It's unfortunate that we have to be here today because Governor Mills and legislative Democrats, along with the Maine Principals Association, continue to persist in discriminating against Maine women and girls. They are out of alignment with 2/3 of Mainers who believe that biological males have no place in girls' sports. Earlier this week, MSAD 70 School Board voted unanimously to align with Title IX. They're in alignment with 2/3 of my fellow Mainers. And I would encourage other school boards throughout Maine, I would exhort you to speak up for Maine girls similarly and vote to align with Title IX. I thank you to the Trump administration and AG Bondi for taking action on behalf of our girls and helping to ensure a safe, fair, and level playing field in Maine.
Thank you. President Trump, before he was elected, this has been a huge issue for him. Pretty simple. Girls play in girls' sports, boys play in boys' sports. Men play in men's sports, women play in women's sports. And he got to know a great young woman during that time named Riley Gaines, and we are all so proud and honored to have her here with us. Riley has been a champion nationally for this issue. Riley, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, goodness gracious, it's an honor to be here, to stand beside, of course, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi, these amazingly brave athletes, Representative Libby. But truthfully, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we have to be here, that we as women have to stand before you all on national television demanding equal opportunities, demanding privacy in areas of undressing, demanding safety in our sports. Amazing to me that we are still here fighting this fight, that the Democratic Party has really doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on their ridiculous stance, but that's exactly what they've done. Let me tell you what sports has done in my life. Of course, in terms of athletic achievement, I very proudly finished my career as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a 5-time SEC champion, actually the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time, a 2-time Olympic trial qualifier, SEC Scholar Athlete of the Year, SEC Community Service Leader of the Year. The list goes on, but again, just to really reiterate, it's a lifelong journey. It's how I met my husband. It's what gave me my lifelong friends. It taught me how to be a leader. It taught me how to set goals and work to achieve those goals. All things that, of course, I'm utilizing in my life now beyond sports, that leadership in Maine, Governor Mills, Democratic leadership really across the nation, that's what they're denying girls and women of. I'm sure you guys saw the clips and the visuals that surfaced following President Trump's executive order signing of this EO, barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funding. And it was the most amazing thing to be there. And you have all of these young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. They've got their jerseys on, their sports uniforms, their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words, and that is what is at stake here. That is who Governor Mills is fighting, not Donald Trump. It's those little girls, and I believe that's sick. It's regressive is what it is. They do this under the guise of progress, indicating we are moving in the positive forward direction. No, what Governor Mills is doing, and again, Democratic governors across the nation, is deeply regressive and utterly misogynistic. Over the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to countless girls in Maine and again across the country, countless parents, coaches who all virtually say the same thing. Why wouldn't anyone protect my athlete? Why wouldn't anyone protect my daughter? Why wouldn't anyone protect me? I've talked to girls who have lost roster spots, of course, podium finishes. I've talked to girls who have been exploited and simultaneously exposed to naked men in intimate areas of undressing. I've talked to girls who have been severely injured in their sports due to a male player on the opposing team. For crying out loud, we have a female representative from Maine, Laurel Libby, you just heard from her. She didn't tell you what happened to her. She lost her ability to vote and to speak on the House floor for defending girls and women, for posting about what was happening in Maine. No, this type of oppression didn't happen in Afghanistan. No, this type of censorship didn't happen in England. It happened right here in America under Democratic leadership. Again, this isn't progress. I would describe this as betrayal. Let this be a notice, these actions that we have seen put forward today by the Department of Justice, by the Department of Education, to all other states who are not willing to comply with federal law, that federal law being Title IX, which is very clear in how it was originally implemented, or at least it should be. We never knew we had to define this word sex until these both elected and unelected bureaucrats started to go through the back door and reinterpret this word to mean what they want it to mean. Originally implemented in 1972, it was only 37 words, very brief. Ultimately, of course, preventing sex-based discrimination. Let this be a notice. California, Minnesota, the likes thereof. If you do not comply with federal law, you do not get to reap the benefits of complying with federal law. Of course, one of those benefits being receiving federal funds. Women are protected and recognized under federal law, again, that law being Title IX. The U.S. government under President Trump, including the Department of Justice, including the Department of Education, will not stand by and ignore when the federally protected rights of women and girls are being violated. Again, that encounter between Governor Mills and President Trump went viral for really all of the right reasons. I think she thought she had this mic drop moment when she said, "I'll see you in court." Guess what? You will, because President Trump is a man of his promises. That was his campaign slogan. That's what we've seen delivered. Promises made, promises kept. This is another one. People, the American people, girls, women, Boys, men, old, young, white, black, gay, straight, none of those identity factors matter. We want transparency and we want accountability. Again, we voted overwhelmingly in favor of that on November 5th. And accountability is back in the White House. So I stand before you all today, and I thank you, again, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi. I thank you on behalf of course, myself, but I think more importantly, my younger sister, of all the women and girls who have dreams, like I did when I was young, to achieve, to succeed in my sport and beyond. So thank you.
Riley, thank you. And Zoe would now like to say something. Tell us about your sport too, Zoe.
So I compete in soccer and indoor track and outdoor track. And like was mentioned previously today, I had to watch at the Maine Class B State Indoor Track Championship as my close friend and my teammate and other female competitors lost the state championship to a biological male. And this was heartbreaking for me to have to watch. And Riley said that it's betrayal, and that's what it is. It is the job of our elected officials to protect our young female athletes, and they have failed to do that. We walk into sports expecting to have a level playing field, and to walk into the state championship to see a biological male there and to lose to a biological male, that's betrayal. And so I am extremely grateful to AG Bondi for standing up for us when our elected officials aren't doing that. And on behalf of the girl athletes in Maine, I just want to say thank you all, and I look forward to having a level playing field back after this fight. So thank you.
And Cassidy wants to say a few words.
My first experience was when I was 13 years old. I was going to change for gym, and I walked into the locker room, and there was a biological male there. From that point on, my junior year, I competed in Nordic skiing and lost to a biological male numerous of times. I am fighting this fight for generations to come. And the fact that our governor can look the women of our state in the eyes and say, I'm not going to fight for you, is heartbreaking, and it's betrayal, like Riley said. I just want to thank all these women standing behind me and President Trump for fighting for us, because even though my own governor isn't fighting for me, I know there are people out there fighting for me.
Thank you, Cassidy. It takes a lot for these young women to be standing up here saying this too. And again, I'm looking at their amazing parents in the front row who have supported them, who I've gotten to know, who are protecting them every step of the way and telling them that they have a voice to stand up for themselves and future generations of young women to come and many athletes. Gates, should we take some questions?
Yeah,
okay. Questions?
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I wanted to ask if there's other states that you're focused on. Which ones are next for these types of abuses, including men and women's prisons?
Well, first we're looking at, for this, we're looking at Minnesota. We're looking at California. We're looking at many, many states, but they are the top two that should be on notice because we've been communicating with them. And just like Maine, we're not going out there. We don't want to be suing people. We want them to comply with the law. And that's what we're doing. We have given them opportunity, Maine, an opportunity over and over again. The Department of Education, HHS, they went and sat down with them in person, multiple meetings, and got nowhere. So now this is where we are because they refuse to protect young women in their state. So yes, Minnesota, California, multiple states. As far as prisons, had nothing to do with Title IX. We took away funding from Maine as well. We decided to go a different direction in our grants because we saw one reason they allowed a 6'1", 245 giant man who had violently, no murders, nice, but he had violently murdered his parents with a knife and the family dog, serving life in prison, and he chose to identify as a woman. So guess where he's being housed? In a female prison in Maine. So therefore, my office, we don't want to give any more money to the Department of Corrections in Maine if that's how they're going to act. We're going a different direction in our funding.
Sadie with the Journal.
Hi there. So Maine's governor yesterday said there were maybe at most 2 trans athletes in Maine schools right now. I just was hoping you could talk a little bit about the sort of amount of federal resources that you're putting into this and why that's worth it given the small impact in Maine. And I have a second off-topic question too. Given that it has some of the same elements as the fire bombings of Tesla dealerships that you've charged federally and called domestic terrorism, I'm wondering if you would say the arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's house would also be domestic terrorism and something you would investigate federally, and if not, what constitutes domestic terrorism?
Okay, so first the on-topic question about the, I haven't heard Janet Mills' comment. Governor Mills said it's only a couple trans athletes. Well, I think those are boys who identify as girls wanting to beat girls in girls' sports. Well, if one young woman is in jeopardy, one, that's enough for us to be standing up here. One, no boy will be undressing in a girl's locker room. No boy will be walking in a woman's restroom. And no boy, when we're finished with this, will be beating young girls in sports. These young women have, many of them have trained, since you were in elementary school for your sport? Riley, when did you start swimming?
4 years old.
4 years old. They have trained their entire lives. Some of them have lost scholarships. They have lost regionals. They have lost state because of boys. I don't care if it's 1. I don't care if it's 2. I don't care if it's 100. It's going to stop, and it's going to stop in every single state. Tesla. You ask about, yes, Tesla. You ask about, so I spoke to Governor Shapiro. I think you're referring to his governor's mansion. I spoke to him. It is absolutely horrific what happened to him. Kash Patel also spoke to him. We have been praying for Josh, for his family. Those photos, it was horrible. I firmly believe they wanted to kill him. The defendant allegedly said he was going to use a hammer if he could have gotten to the governor. I've known the governor many, many years. It is horrible. And yes, we are working with state authorities to do, it's now a pending investigation, anything we can to help convict the person that did this and keep them behind bars as long as possible.
David?
2 questions, one on topic and one off topic. Sure. I'll start with the on topic. Minnesota and California, you mentioned you're looking at them. Are there active investigations into those states? Are there conversations? In which state do you expect to be next based on those conversations?
Both. We have reached out to them. We have sent them letters. We're in the same posture we were in the beginning here with Maine. So let's see what they do. Let's hope they comply. Again, we don't want to sue anyone. We just want you to comply with federal law and protect girls, period. But yes, we are fully prepared to sue them and others that we will be looking at as well.
And then my off topic, big topic over the past few weeks, Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland. He's in a prison now in El Salvador. He was sent there. You insist, the president, everybody in the administration insists that he's MS-13. It appears that there's not going to be any sort of trial. He's not going to come back. DHS said he would be arrested and redeported if he comes back. Why not show the American people the evidence that he's MS-13 so they can make an informed decision? And that goes the same with this Henry Josue Santos, who was picked up in Virginia, who is now presumably going to be deported as well. Why not show the public the evidence?
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been living illegally in our country from El Salvador. ICE testified, an immigration judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. An appellate judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. Hard stop. He should not be in our country. He was deported. They needed one additional step in paperwork, but now MS-13 is characterized as they should be, as an FTO, as a foreign terrorist organization. So he is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story. If he wanted to send him back, we would give him a plane ride back. There was no situation ever where he was going to stay in this country. None. He would have come back, had one extra step of paperwork, and gone back again. But he's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
But the evidence, we're not going to see the evidence?
We have the transcripts from the court hearings. I'll be glad to give you the court hearings from 2019, what we have, sure, with the rulings from the judges, gladly.
All right, last one, Reagan.
Reagan Reese, Daily Caller. Madam Attorney General, there's a Maine School Board, MSA D number 70, which voted unanimously on Monday to defy the governor and to comply with Title IX. With the action you're taking today, will it be possible to exempt schools that comply from any future punishment?
Yes. And I think that was very brave and bold of that school board. We just saw that as well. The question was one school board in Maine voted to comply. And again, that's all we wanted was compliance. So yes, we will not be going after them, looking at them in this lawsuit because they are complying and they're protecting women in women's sports.
All right, thank you guys.
Got it? Thank you.
Clarify with us based monetarily in this lawsuit exactly. You mentioned you were considering funding retroactively, being told that.
Of Smith Station, Alabama, and Mrs. Cooley. Lieutenant General Ken Keene, United States Army retired, former civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army. Mr. John Hargrove, civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army, Georgia West. Mrs. Candy Wachikowski, spouse of Major General Walter Wachikowski, United States Army retired, former commanding general, Henderson, Mayor, City of Columbus, Georgia, and Mrs. Henderson. The Honorable Richard Cooley, Mayor, City of Smith Station, Alabama, and Mrs. Cooley. Lieutenant General Ken Keene, United States Army retired, former civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army. Mr. John Hargrove, civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army, Georgia West. Mrs. Candy Wachikowski, spouse of Major General Walter Wachikowski, United States Army retired, former Commanding General, United States Army Infantry Center and Fort Benning. Major General Matt Smith, United States Army retired. Mrs. Laura Gower, Field Director, Congressman Brian Cack, Georgia 3rd District. Also joining us today is Sergeant Benning's granddaughter, Miss Sue Conger-Williams, and his great-granddaughter, Danielle Proskovic, and her family. Music for today's ceremony is provided by the Maneuver Center of Excellence Brass Quintet, led by Sergeant Adam Mitchell. The salute battery is from the 198th Infantry Brigade. The officer in charge is Captain Reynald Pierre, and the non-commissioned officer in charge is Sergeant First Class Michael Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if able. Military personnel in uniform render a hand salute for honors which Major General Tooley has deferred to the family of Sergeant Benning in honor of his service, and remain standing for the national anthem performed by Specialist Johnny Watkins of the MCOE Band and the invocation given by the Maneuver Center of Excellence Chaplain Colonel Scott Kuman.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, I humbly invoke your blessing upon this ceremony and the redesignation of our post at Fort Benning. We lift our hearts in sincere thanksgiving for the bountiful evidence of your rich blessing upon our nation. We thank you for the opportunity to serve our country, whether as infantry or armor, or as part of the civilian workforce that supports our military, or as family or community members or political leaders. Now, Lord, as we redesignate, may you also strengthen us to rededicate our energy individually and collectively to live out our nation's creed, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. And may your blessing rest and abide upon us as we continue our mission to train soldiers above the best. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Please be seated. At this time, Sergeant First Class Johnson is presenting Miss Conger Williams with a shell casing, signifying today's cannon salute in recognition of her grandfather's service and dedication. Today, we are gathered to witness the ceremonial redesignation of Fort Moore to Fort Benning. Fort Benning's storied history began on October 7, 1918, with its establishment on 84 acres in Columbus, Georgia. It was quickly relocated to a larger site south of the city to support the expansion of training areas and rifle ranges necessary for infantry training. Camp Benning and the Infantry School of Arms began training soldiers for World War I, and by 1940, Fort Benning had earned its reputation as the home of the infantry, preparing units like the 1st and 4th Infantry Divisions and the 2nd Armored Division, led by Major General George S. Patton Jr. during World War II. A parachute test platoon conducted the Army's first parachute jump over Lawson Army Airfield in 1940, and the paratroopers who trained here played pivotal roles on D-Day in 1944. In 1950, the 3rd Infantry Division and the Army's 1st Ranger-trained soldiers emerged as key contributors in combat operations on the Korean Peninsula. During the Vietnam War, Fort Benning trained troops like the 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry Regiment engaged in historic battles. Most notable is Ia Drung in 1965, in which the U.S. Army learned the effectiveness of air mobility. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, Fort Benning continued to lead the Army in innovation, including the introduction of the Bradley fighting vehicle and supporting operations in the Persian Gulf and peacekeeping missions around the world. Following the 9/11 attacks, Fort Benning intensified its infantry training and education programs for the global war on terrorism. In 2009, Fort Benning became the Maneuver Center of Excellence, combining the infantry and armor branches under one mission. Today, Fort Benning remains home to the 75th Ranger Regiment, the 1st Security Force Assistance Brigade, and other key units, continuing its legacy of excellence for over a century. In 2023, Fort Benning was renamed to Fort Moore in honor of Lieutenant General Hal and Julie Moore, whose contributions to the Army and Army families left a legacy of dedication, sacrifice, and service. Today, let us honor the soldiers of the past, those who made significant contributions to Fort Benning and Fort Moore, as we look toward the next chapter and continue to train our armor and infantry soldiers to be lethal and fully prepared to fight tonight as we redesignate Fort Moore to Fort Benning. Sergeant Fred G. Benning, a World War I hero and the new namesake of the installation, exemplified extraordinary courage during his military service. Born in Norfolk, Nebraska in 1900, Benning enlisted in the Army in 1917 at the age of 17. Serving with the 16th Infantry Regiment, 1st Division, he demonstrated remarkable leadership during the Mizargon Offensive on October 9, 1918. After his platoon commander was killed and senior non-commissioned officers were wounded, Benning took command of his platoon and led 20 men through heavy fire to secure their objective on Hill 240 near Exumont, France. For his heroism, Benning was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the Army's second highest honor. Movement to secure their objective on Hill 240 was no small feat, as Benning's platoon was a machine gun element. Benning and his men traversed the battlefield with their weapon systems, the Hotchkiss Model 1914. The Hotchkiss machine gun was one of the first gas-operated, air-cooled machine guns, weighed in at 110 pounds, and required a crew of 9 soldiers. It could fire at a rate of 450 to 500 rounds per minute, fed by strips of belt, each holding 24 to 30 rounds. The lineage of the modern machine gun can be traced through these early weapons to designs like the M240, a general-purpose machine gun widely used today. While the M240 shares the core function of automatic fire suppression with the Hotchkiss, it benefits from a century of advancements in materials, design, and manufacturing. It's significantly lighter, weighing under 40 pounds with its tripod, can fire up to 650 rounds per minute, and features enhancements like quick change barrels for sustained fire. The M240's versatility allows it to be mounted on vehicles, aircraft, and tripod, fulfilling a variety of roles from infantry support to area defense, showcasing the continued evolution of the machine gun from its World War I origins. At this time, the host of today's ceremony, Major General Tooley, accompanied by Command Sergeant Major Haight, Colonel Evans, and Command Sergeant Major Aguayo, conduct the official casing of the Fort Moore garrison colors for the last time and the uncasing of the Fort Benning garrison colors. The very heart of a unit is symbolized by the colors under which the troops fight. The colors stand as a silent reminder of the past glories and traditions, lend inspiration for present endeavors, and shine like a guiding beacon into the future. The essence of the casing and uncasing ceremony is an event marked by tradition, honor, respect, and sacrifice. Tradition holds that the colors lead the unit into battle, emphasized by the regulation containing instructions to color bearers, which states, "When in action, resolve not to part with the colors, but with your life." Just like the casing, the uncasing ceremony is a simple event, rich with tradition and heritage. It defines a point in time to commemorate the beginning or continuation of a unit's history and lineage by carrying on the finest of traditions of the United States Army. The Fort Benning garrison colors consist of the Installation Management Command distinctive unit insignia and the Fort Benning scroll. These colors represent the pride and the spirit of the soldiers and civilians who serve under them, providing sustainment, support services, and base protection, ultimately empowering a high quality of life for those who live, work, and rely on the installation and this community. A ready soldier has a ready home front. Effective 3 March 2025, Fort Moore was redesignated as Fort Benning in accordance with the Secretary of Defense, Title 10, United States Code, Section 113. Today, 16 April 2025, we ceremoniously redesignate Fort Benning in honor of Sergeant Fred G. Benning, who served his nation with extraordinary heroism during World War I and in recognition of the installation's celebrated history of service to the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Commanding General of the Maneuver Center of Excellence and Fort Benning, Major General Colin P. Tooley. What's going over there?
You switch. Okay, for the record, I was not lost. I knew exactly where I was going. I knew I wanted to come over here to this microphone, so let it be said. Okay. Hey, thanks everybody. I tell you, it is great to have everyone here at Fort Benning and for the renaming ceremony. This is a significant event, and I'd like to thank everyone that is here today for coming out. We have our civic and community leaders. We have, as well, many veterans are here in the crowd today. And I'd like to thank all of you for your continued support to Fort Benning, to the soldiers, and to the families. The partnership here at Fort Benning with our surrounding Chattahoochee Valley has been so very important to the success of our mission. And on behalf of the entire command, I also want to extend a heartfelt thanks to the Benning family. And I know Sue's not going to like this, but I'm going to have Sue, Danielle, and Kate, if you guys could all stand up. This is Sue, raise your hand. Granddaughter to Sergeant Benning. Danielle, the great-granddaughter, and little Princess Kate, the great-great-granddaughter to Sergeant Benning. How about an applause for them? They and their families and friends have traveled a long way to get here. They all came from Neely, Nebraska to honor the legacy of Sergeant Frederick Benning. Your participation in this next chapter of joining the Benning family, sharing and joining the Fort Benning family, and sharing your memories with us of who Sergeant Benning was is truly appreciated. It brings such a warmth and a spirit to this ceremony. Sue, as we dove into your grandfather's history, we really found out a lot about him and his values. Several defining qualities shone through. Sergeant Frederick Benning was not only a skilled leader, rapidly ascending the ranks thanks to his expertise, but also as an NCO who was skilled both tactically and technically. He understood the vital role of emerging technology within his machine gun platoon, and he used that knowledge to accomplish his mission. Yet, what sets him apart was his unwavering dedication to his soldiers, his understanding of the soldiers' needs. He understood that his leadership was critical to mission success. Sergeant Benning's legacy extends far beyond his own actions on that battlefield. He embodies the very spirit we strive to cultivate here at Fort Benning. That spirit, one of dedication, courage, leadership, is reflected here at Fort Benning in our three tenets: people, leaders, and transformation. Sergeant Benning's life exemplifies the very essence of these principles, serving as a timeless reminder for all of us. You heard earlier, but Fred Benning's story began back in 1900, where he was born in a small town of Norfolk, Nebraska. But like many who joined the service today, he had a humble upbringing. He learned the value of hard work as a young teenager, rising up every morning before dawn or sunrise, rising up and working at a bakery. That type of work ethic is what instilled in him the will and the desire to serve his nation. At the age of 17, less than 2 weeks after the nation declared war on Germany, he enlisted in the United States Army as an infantryman. Pretty fitting, as a baker, he became what we call affectionately a doughboy, which is a popular nickname for those who went to fight in the war to end all wars, World War I. 2 short months later, then Private Benning found himself crossing the Atlantic on a troop ship bound for France. Though the year was 1917 and the destination different, that swift transition from civilian life to a soldier is very familiar to what we see here. You're going from a familiar lifestyle to an unfamiliar one. And that is what we see with the men and women who come through Fort Benning as they transition to becoming soldiers in our Army. Fred was just a teenager, barely a man. Yet within a year, he was promoted to corporal, leading a machine gun team into the crucible of battle. Imagine this. 1st Division landed in France in July 1917 without a single machine gun. After getting issued his Hotchkiss machine gun and about 3 months of training, Corporal Benning in 1st Division entered the war. During his time on the front, he was credited for participation in over 9 different battles and campaigns, a true testament of his courage and dedication. After the armistice on November 11, 1918, now Sergeant Benning marched with his fellow machine gunners to occupy a portion of the Rhine River Valley inside Germany. Next, they returned home back in the summer of 1919. Fred and his doughboy veteran brother, Henry, completed their time in the Army and now operated a bakery in the post-war period. But Fred's sense of duty wasn't over. It didn't end on the battlefield. He married in 1926, and he continued to serve his community. Becoming the mayor of Neely in 1948, he was the pillar of the community. Active with the Red Cross, also the commander of the local Veterans of Foreign Wars, Fred truly embodied a life dedicated to selfless service to his nation, to his community, and his fellow veterans. Finally, he hung up the apron at the age of 65. He retired, his life a testament to hard work, courage, and unwavering dedication. He passed away in 1974, leaving behind a legacy that will continue to inspire future soldiers for generations to come. As you can see, Sergeant Benning exemplified the very essence of taking care of people through effective leadership both on and off the battlefield. And so too, we strive to instill those same qualities of Sergeant Benning here at Fort Benning, at the Maneuver Center of Excellence. Forging exceptional leaders is at the very heart of what we do. Each year, thousands of leaders, young leaders, come through here and graduate, only to go out and serve and lead in our Army. Yet, as then Corporal Benning learned in the crucible of war, and as countless leaders have discovered before and since, the mantle of leadership is often thrust upon us when we least expect it, during the most challenging of circumstances. On October 9th, 1918, during the Meuse-Argonne Offensive, Sergeant Benning and the 1st Division launched a critical attack on Hill 240, just north of Exermont, France. This vital position, situated on the boundary between 1st and 5th Corps, held immense importance for the outcome of the battle. As the 1st Division charged forward, tragedy struck the machine gun company of 16th Infantry Regiment. Their platoon leader, the young Reggie Young, was killed right at the beginning of the attack. Both of the sergeants in his platoon were wounded and incapacitated. Then their company commander was killed, Lieutenant Eldon Betts. In a blink of an eye, amidst the chaos and carnage, platoon leadership fell upon the shoulders of a young 18-year-old Corporal Benning. With the weight of 20 lives depending on him as a leader, he rallied his machine gunners. They pushed forward a tide of determination against an onslaught of German Maxim machine gun fire. Reaching the slopes of Hill 240, they set up their Hotchkiss guns, their fire providing the vital support as the 16th and 18th Infantry Regiments surged forward to secure a hard-fought victory. Benning's courage under fire, his unwavering leadership in the face of unimaginable loss, did not go unnoticed. 15 days later, on the eve of the final battle of that war, he was promoted as sergeant. He led his section into the final days of the Meuse-Argonne Offensive, joining over 1 million American doughboys in the largest battle of our nation's history, a battle that would ultimately break the German Kaiser Army. That was over 100 days, September 26th of 1918 to the armistice of November 11th. Over 1.2 million soldiers, sailors, and Marines fought in that battle. Over 800,000 French soldiers participated in it. In recognition of his bravery and leadership, Benning received the Distinguished Service Cross. His citation reads as follows, and I quote, "The President of the United States of America takes pleasure in presenting this Distinguished Service Cross to Corporal Fred Benning, United States Army, for extraordinary heroism in action while serving with Machine Gun Company, 16th Infantry Regiment, 1st Division, American Expeditionary Forces, 9 October 1918. After his platoon commander had been killed and 2 non-commissioned officers disabled, Corporal Benning took command of that platoon. And by his leadership and by his courage, he conducted it through heavy fire to its assigned position on Hill 240." End of quote. But like Sergeant Benning, leadership in the 21st century demands more than just a tactical prowess. It requires an ability to adapt, innovate, and transform alongside an ever-changing world, which is why here our final tenet at Fort Benning is transformation. As a Maneuver Center of Excellence, we are charged with driving innovation and adaptation across our maneuver force. This means embracing emerging technologies like small unmanned aerial systems, electronic warfare, artificial intelligence, and robotic systems. Right now, we are working tirelessly to understand how these advancements will redefine the way in which we train, in which we fight, and how we win on future battlefields. Today, we find ourselves echoing back to a period of transformation similar to that of 1918. Back then, the machine gun, the tank, the airplane permanently altered the landscape of warfare. It is no coincidence that Sergeant Benning found himself serving in a state-of-the-art machine gun company within the 16th Infantry Regiment, on the cutting edge of that era's transformation. Benning's machine gun squad of 1918 consisted of the French model 1914 Hotchkiss machine gun that weighed 110 pounds with the tripod. The crew included a corporal, 8 privates, a machine gun, 2 machine gun carts, and yes, 2 mules. 2 walking, breathing mules to help out. That's what they were issued back there in World War I. Each infantry brigade, division of American Expeditionary Forces contained specialized machine gun units to be utilized at the decisive point of battle. The parallels between the machine gun companies and what we're doing today with transformation and contact are strikingly similar. Although separated by a century, they nonetheless share a common thread: fielding, testing, learning, and using groundbreaking technology across the battlefield. Today, as we stand at a new chapter in this installation's storied history, let us remember that Sergeant Fred Benning's legacy extends far beyond the battlefields of World War I. It lives on in the thousands of soldiers who train here every year, in the cutting-edge tactics and technologies we develop, and in the unwavering commitment to excellence that defines our every endeavor. As we rededicate this post in his honor, may we all strive to embody the very same tenets he exemplified: unwavering dedication to people, inspirational leadership, a relentless pursuit of transformation. Sergeant Benning's story reminds us of that true heroism is not just defined by rank. It is about that unwavering courage, that selfless service, and an enduring commitment to something greater than ourselves. His legacy will forever inspire us. I thank you all again for being here. I thank you all for being best teammates and for helping us lead Fort Benning into the future. Benning ready, one force, one fight. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the granddaughter of Sergeant Fred G. Benning, Miss Sue Conger-Williams, will give remarks.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for this opportunity to share some cherished memories about my grandpa, Fred G. Benning. My grandpa passed away when I was very young, and I never heard him talk about the war. It was something that just was not shared. So my Fred Benning has a much different story than the one you just heard from Major General Tooley. Sir, I've enjoyed learning more about this part of my grandpa's past. During this naming process, I have been able to discover facts like his promotion to sergeant before he was discharged, discovered people who served with him through letters that were left behind. I think I've gained a better understanding of Fred Benning, the soldier. I am grateful for this glimpse into history, and I see some similarities, though, between Fred Benning, the soldier, and Fred Benning, my grandpa. These are integrity, hard work, and a commitment to service. From a very young age, my parents instilled the importance of family traditions. They made sure I spent time with my grandparents, whether it was in their hometown of Neely, Nebraska, or our hometown of Palos Verdes, California. By the time I was born, my grandparents had sold the Benning Bakery after nearly 40 years. This allowed them time to travel and spend time with us in California. I remember our trips to Disneyland, to Marineland, picking up my grandparents at the Amtrak train station, and stopping by Olvera Street in Los Angeles. But I'll never forget one of the times that my dad and grandpa attempted to assemble a metal swing set out in the garage, only to realize that there was no way to get it around to the backyard. This became our family story, recounted with laughter for years to come. And then there were the impromptu tea parties in the backyard with our German short-hair pointer, Gretchen. Tea was actually Kool-Aid, and the dog never sat still, but thank goodness for the pictures that still exist today for this memory. But some of my fondest memories revolve around our summers spent in Neligh, Nebraska. As I recall, everywhere we went, people would stop and chat with my grandpa, and this always brought a smile to my face. The 4th of July in Neligh was and still is a very major event to this day. I vividly remember my grandparents sitting on their lawn chairs on the courthouse lawn, while I sat on the curb waiting for candy to be thrown by the passing floats. It's a tradition today that still continues and is a testament to the strong sense of community of Neligh. One of mine and my grandpa's favorite activities to do together, though, were our fishing trips. We'd start in the carport. We'd gather our fishing poles, tackle boxes, folding chairs, and our trusty green thermos. Grandma would come out and hand me a Crisco tin, and off we'd go to the outskirts of town, just over the first bridge, and I vividly remember sitting up on a pillow so I could see over the dashboard of the 1970 Buick. There, Grandpa would stop the car and say, "Come on, Susie, it's time to get out. We're gonna go dig up our night crawlers." And down the side of the bank I would go with my small shovel in hand, digging in the dirt and mud until my coffee tin was full of night crawlers. Grandpa always stayed at the top of the road to supervise and watch for cars. That's what he told me. I now know a lot better. He just did not want to get dirty. And just maybe, though, when I think back to this memory, he was teaching me a life lesson about the necessities of putting in hard work to get the payoff. Encouraging me to get my hands dirty while digging for worms ensured I was fully and actively engaged in the experience of fishing. The next morning, we'd get up at the crack of dawn and drive to Penn Park, which was just a mile down the road. We'd set up our chairs, and he'd patiently guide me as I had to bait my hook with the worm. And he would attach the red and white bobber to the line, which always was the highlight of fishing. We'd sit and wait in anticipation, and finally the bobber would be pulled beneath the surface and tug on the line, leading to reeling in a really big bluegill. This was pure moments of joy. After we would fill up our fishing bag, we would put it in the trunk and head home to head to the neighbors, where the neighbors would always come out. Everybody would sit in the driveway and start filleting the bluegill. The best part was my grandma was always in the kitchen preparing the beer batter. She would sizzle the fish and frying in Crisco, and you could smell it throughout the house and into the neighbor's driveway. Beyond fishing, our summers were filled with the simple pleasures: walking across our swinging bridge, playing in the park, enjoying homemade ice cream, and sitting at Bernita's local cafe, where he was always involved in conversations about something going on around town. Even our trips to the grocery store turned out to be social events, just full of conversations in every aisle. But my grandpa's impact extended beyond our family, and he was deeply involved in serving the community. He served as the commander of American Legion Post 172 for many years, was president of the Neligh Chamber of Commerce, organizing countless fundraising activities. He was appointed to the State of Nebraska Veterans Loan Certifying Committee, and he raised money for our Memorial Hospital Fund. He also served as mayor. While he was mayor, Grandpa served on the local disaster relief committee, which coordinated with the Red Cross to serve 1,200 families during the brutal storms of 1948. He always put others first, which is the epitome of selfless service and the reason I believe he took charge of his men back in 1918. He knew someone had to take care, and he led them to accomplish the mission. Even into his twilight years, Grandpa was still serving others. I remember our Neligh Centennial celebration of 1973. There was always a buzz and excitement in the air. Grandpa, in his tireless dedication, was instrumental in organizing festivities and working with various committees to make sure everything was just perfect. Grandma was our event coordinator. She made sure we all had the appropriate outfits. My mom, my grandma, and I all wore our bonnets with our prairie dresses. But I leave you with this final thought. My grandpa, Fred G. Benning, was truly a special man. He was a man of integrity who knew the value of hard work. He lived a life of service, dedicating himself to his family, his country, and his community. He loved helping people and that's how I will always remember him. He is my hero.
At this time, we invite the family of Sergeant Benning to join the Commanding General, Command Sergeant Major, and Garrison Command Team for the sign unveiling.
Can you say it one more time?
At this time, we invite the family of Sergeant Benning to join the Commanding General, Command Sergeant Major, and Garrison Command Team for the sign unveiling.
You good back there? All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for the singing of the Army song. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our ceremony. We thank you for attending. Benning ready, one force, one fight. This will defend.
Check.
Nice to know what he's doing. Well, I mean, clearly he has to move. Right. Yeah, so, gotta move for that. So he's gonna be.
Colors, ready, cut. Colors, press, center, dress. Colors, ready, front. Colors, stand at ease.
So I might be your wise. I may start over there. It'd be nice enough to leave that in. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out right here. As long as they're not running. I don't want to. Because this is like a full thing. This is there.
those guys are trying to go up. You go the line a little bit, yeah.
Honor, guard, color. Attention! Color, right shoulder, hands. Colors, ready, cut. Present! Oh!
So much for being here. And we all saw President Trump and your president, Bukele, had a very successful meeting at the White House on Monday. I also had a chance to meet your chief of defense in Panama as well. He's an excellent gentleman. And what's clear to us on this side of the table, and I think to the cameras and to the world, is that our relationship with El Salvador is stronger than ever. And it's only just beginning. Our presidents have set the tone, worked together very closely, and we look forward to developing that even more with you as well. What El Salvador has done in the last few years is nothing short of a miracle. Your country's victories over violent cartels and criminal enterprises, groups that terrorize your people and communities, is a model for all in our hemisphere. President Trump and I appreciate allies like El Salvador who punch above your weight, and we are grateful for your partnership. We're also very impressed with your country's remarkable naval interdiction capabilities. I know you appreciate that especially. And we also want to extend our thanks for detaining dangerous members of foreign terrorist organizations at the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador. El Salvador has set a great example for strong bilateral cooperation, mutually beneficial cooperation with the United States, especially on that topic and many others. We want to stand strong with allies who stand with us and help deliver peace through strength, especially in our hemisphere. I also want to recognize the many ways in which El Salvador has stood with America over the years, to include your own service in Iraq.
Yes.
As a company commander.
Yeah.
I served there, and a number of folks here at the table did as well in different capacities, so thank you for being a part of that effort very directly. Also, he also spent some time at Fort Benning, so he's an experienced individual. Like you, the United States wants our hemisphere to be secure, prosperous, and sovereign. So we look forward to our discussion today, and we want to thank you, all of you, for joining us. We'll look forward to a great conversation. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all of your staff. It for me and my delegation an honor to be here. As you said, we have a strong relationship right now, and everything that you mentioned is because we have a good relationship, and we want to improve that relationship. That's why I'm here, in order to share some experience with you and get some experience coming from you also. So it's an honor, and I'm here for trying to get a better job along with you. I know you can cooperate with us in some areas like training or other like that, and hope that this period will be better for our countries. Yeah.
We'll very much look forward to that and appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, press. Thank you, Secretary. Leave it now.
Thank you, press. We continue to ask you another question with regards to El Salvador and the American prisoners.
Thank you, members.
Support. Thank you, press. You're sending people out to the United States.
Thank you, members. See you. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Moreno, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure to welcome you and your delegation to the Pentagon. I also want to welcome Ambassador Mayorga. Thank you so much for being here. And we all saw President Trump and your president, Bukele, had a very successful meeting at the White House on Monday. I also had a chance to meet your chief of defense in Panama as well. He's an excellent gentleman. And what's clear to us on this side of the table, and I think to the cameras and to the world, is that our relationship with El Salvador is stronger than ever. And it's only just beginning. Our presidents have set the tone, worked together very closely, and we look forward to developing that even more with you as well. What El Salvador has done in the last few years is nothing short of a miracle. Your country's victories over violent cartels and criminal enterprises, groups that terrorize your people and communities, is a model for all in our hemisphere. President Trump and I appreciate allies like El Salvador who punch above your weight, and we are grateful for your partnership. We're also very impressed with your country's remarkable naval interdiction capabilities. I know you appreciate that especially. And we also want to extend our thanks for detaining dangerous members of foreign terrorist organizations at the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador. El Salvador has set a great example for strong bilateral cooperation, mutually beneficial cooperation with the United States, especially on that topic and many others. We want to stand strong with allies who stand with us and help deliver peace through strength, especially in our hemisphere. I also want to recognize the many ways in which El Salvador has stood with America over the years, to include your own service in Iraq.
Yes.
As a company commander.
Yeah.
I served there, and a number of folks here at the table did as well in different capacities, so thank you for being a part of that effort, very directly. Also, he also spent some time at Fort Benning, so he's an experienced individual. Like you, the United States wants our hemisphere to be secure, prosperous, and sovereign. So we look forward to our discussion today, and we want to thank you, all of you, for joining us. We'll look forward to a great conversation. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all of your staff. It's for me and my delegation an honor to be here. As you said, we have a strong relationship right now, and everything that you mentioned is because we have a good relationship, and we want to improve that relationship. That's why I'm here, in order to share some experience with you and get some experience coming from you also. So it's an honor, and I'm here for trying to get a better job along with you. I know you can cooperate with us in some areas like training or other like that, and hope that this period will be better for our countries.
We'll very much look forward to that. We appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, members of the press.
Scandal, sir, if you could answer that question.
Thank you, press.
Thank you,
Secretary.
Leave it now.
Thank you, press.
Thank you,
We
press.
continue to ask you another question with regards to El Salvador and American prisoners.
Thank you, members.
Support and
Thank you, members of the press.
Thank you, press. We're sending people out to the United States.
Thank you, members. See you. Thank you, members of the press. Thank
After you get done, please. Thank you.
So it's each step, right? And 14 here, maybe some people can share.
Okay. So one of each stack?
Yeah, one of each stack, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind, I will let Representative Potenza.
I mean, if Representative Potenza wishes to join you, that's fine.
Is that your stuff? Yeah. Okay. That's it for.
This is it's a set.
Okay.
It's a set. Hey, you can.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. So I'm just going to say good afternoon, and Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I really like the opportunity to be able to speak today on an issue that's very important to me and a lot of constituents. And it really lies at the intersection of public health, personal freedom, and frankly, common sense, which is making ivermectin available over the counter. For decades, ivermectin has been a well-known, well-studied antiparasitic medication. It earned its discoverers the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine in 2015, which that's the first document that I gave all of you. And that was due to, of course, its global impact in treating diseases like river blindness, lymphatic, filariasis. And in fact, the World Health Organization, of course, listed ivermectin as an essential medicine. And the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention includes it in its treatment guidelines for strong gliodiasis and other parasitic diseases. So ivermectin has actually been administered over 4 billion times around the world and has an excellent safety profile. Yet, here in New Hampshire, after passing this bill in 2022, only to be met by a veto from the governor at the time, access to ivermectin remains unnecessarily restricted. Despite its long history of safe usage, patients must navigate prescription requirements and bureaucracy just to access a drug like, in most all cases, carries a much lower risk than over-the-counter pain relievers like Tylenol. So the question is simple: why? Why should a drug with decades-long track record of safety and effectiveness not be available without a prescription, especially when many far riskier substances are? Making ivermectin available over the counter would empower individuals to manage their own health more efficiently. It would also reduce the burden on healthcare providers, freeing up resources for more complex medical issues. For anyone dealing with parasitic infections and autoimmune issues, the ability to walk into a pharmacy and purchase proven, affordable medication should be a basic convenience, not a legal obstacle. Some might argue that misuse is a risk. Well, that's actually true of any medication. But restricting access due to hypothetical misuse is a poor substitute for education and responsible guidance. By providing clear usage instructions and public health information, we can equip people to use ivermectin safely, just as we do with antihistamines, antacids, and actually even insulin in some countries. We trust individuals every day with the responsibility of managing their own well-being. It's time we do the same with ivermectin. Let's bring policy in line with science, history, and common sense. I urge this committee to look at the hard evidence and then to take the right step forward. Let's give people the access they deserve, and let's make ivermectin available over the counter. So I just wanted to give just a couple, facts that are kind of really important at this. So I know ivermectin really became on everybody's radar during COVID, and I do have COVID documents that are in there, but I didn't want this to be focused on that, only because, you know, I was very familiar with ivermectin because I have a very good friend that suffers from tick-borne diseases and has for the last about 20 years. She's been taking ivermectin daily for that amount of time. Her entire family never had experienced anything that had to do with COVID or any of that, and it was just kind of a nice added benefit that was giving her an extra layer of protection even during that time when she already has autoimmune issues. We already have in the United States 2 states right now that allow ivermectin to be sold over the counter, and there's a whole slew of other legislation that's going through right now. So we've got Idaho that that legislation passed both chambers. Idaho's actually that's right now. The two that are legal are Tennessee and Arkansas. Tennessee has been legal for 3 years. Arkansas just passed. Idaho just passed both chambers, and the bill is on the governor's desk, waiting for Brad Little's signature. So Louisiana, West Virginia, Kansas, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania is very close at this point too. But I just would love to talk about all of the other countries that have ivermectin over the counter and have had that for a long time. Mexico's a great example, but when COVID hit in 2020, 8 Latin American countries immediately rushed to distribute mass quantities of what they called COVID kits. And it had a whole bunch of stuff in it. But of course, one of the biggest things that was in there was ivermectin. And so it was like Brazil, Honduras, Panama, Peru, Bolivia, El Salvador, Guatemala. And then, so that was all happening. Australia, for example, so in the 1st of June in 2023, this is pretty important as well, they were very, very strict on COVID protocol. So they actually, prescribing of oral ivermectin for off-label uses will no longer be limited to specialists such as dermatologists, gastroenterologists, and infectious disease specialists. So that they made a final decision to be able to open that up as well in Australia. A very well-known, his name is Dr. Miller. He's American Board of Emergency Medicine. He's actually an inventor of this it's called the EZ-IO. It's a medical device used for intraosseosis. It basically delivers medications and fluids directly into bone marrow. He was an author. He was the chairman for 5 Baptist ERs for over 10 years. He treated over 130,000 ER patients. He got ranked Humanitarian of the Year in 2017. WSJ Award, Invention of the Year in 2008 and 2012. So he actually is currently on a missionary in El Salvador working with a whole slew of different medical patients. So this is his quote: "I used ivermectin to successfully treat over 1,000 COVID patients without losing one. I was banned from all social media for spreading information. I lost many friends and credibility, but the president of El Salvador praised me. And now we've come full circle, and all of these things have come to light." There was a lot of things that were just misinformation, of course, during COVID, but let's just talk about the safety protocol alone for ivermectin, okay? It was approved for human use in 1987. Like I said, it's been administered over 4 billion times around the world. It's on the list of the WHO's essential medications, won that Nobel Prize. The most important thing is it's not considered toxic at all to liver and kidneys and lungs, which, you know, ibuprofen, Tylenol is. It's got no adverse effects in using ivermectin to treat COVID and other things. They're now looking at it, of course, for other autoimmune diseases, rosacea, and cancer. We've got so many studies. There is a document that I gave you, which is, so here's just some great stats for COVID. But this second page is actually the beginning document for
74-page document that shows you all of the studies that have been done and gives you kind of a briefing of it. I wasn't going to print that out for the committee, but I will be happy to follow up and give you these things in nice little links or attachments to your email afterwards, because I just think it's important to have that. One of the biggest things is it doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier. And there are over-the-counter medications right now that do, and that's very dangerous. It gets metabolized by the liver. So I can go on and on about all of these wonderful things that when it comes to ivermectin. And
we appreciate all the information you've given us.
Yeah, and I will end with the other, the documents that are here. This one is basically ivermectin, a multifaceted drug with a potential beyond antiparasitic therapy. That's very important to read. The abstract, that paragraph is fantastic. It talks about its anti-inflammatory, antiviral, anti-cancer properties. I told you about the Nobel Peace Prize. And this one is really the starting of ivermectin. So it was because the drug was discovered in the late 1970s. It was actually called Ivermectin before it was ivermectin. And the beautiful part about this is it talks about how it was used. And the topic of it is Ivermectin Wonder Drug from Japan, the Human Use Perspective. This is a fantastic article if you have the time and you're interested in reading it. But I'll open it up for questions. That's it.
Thank you, Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So let's take COVID out of it. Let's just go back to 2015 in a time machine. Many drugs that are safe are over the counter, but many drugs that are safe are also you need a prescription for. So, and with your friend who had a tick-borne illness, she used it for a very long period of time. Do you know why it was in 2015, pre-COVID, all this stuff, that Tylenol was deemed safe to be over the counter, but ivermectin at that time was deemed to not be safe for over the counter and had to have a prescription?
It was never over the counter, from what I know, in the United States. So I don't have any background of that. I do know that it was very easy for her to get ivermectin and for pretty much anyone to get ivermectin at that point. So that was 2015. Moving forward, this really all started in 2020 when there were studies that had been done previously showing that it would stop like the viral replication if you're taking it early, the cytokine storm, those types of things. But it was never over the counter here in. It's cheap. It can be produced. There's a lot of pharmaceutical companies want kind of control of that too. But if you look at all of these other countries, it's, when my mom went to Mexico 3 years ago, she's like, oh, they sell right there at the kind of like at the market. So it's just a very common thing versus, of course, here. So.
Other questions? Representative McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I just want to say in like 40 years of pharmacy, I probably dispensed ivermectin less than 10 times. It's just wasn't something that was used widely. I do want to add to your testimony though, in 2020, when the government and the news media were saying how dangerous it was, the two biggest medical journals in the world, the Lancet and the New England Journal of Medicine, published articles about how dangerous it was, which they had since retracted. And
remember, you're supposed to be asking a question.
Thank you. And they had since retracted it and said they were under pressure for for publishing it. So I guess my question is, why would they do that?
There's a lot of different reasons. Mainly it's money, it's power, it's control. I think everyone on this committee, it doesn't matter where you fall. You know, this isn't a partisan issue. We know that drug companies have a crazy amount of influence. The amount of safety that was done, I mean, they spread they gave this out freely, all these other countries, in a kit to say, hey, we're going to help you out during COVID. It was crazy. They already knew the safety protocol. So for that propaganda and frankly, those lies to happen, it's a lot of it has to do with big pharma and controlling all of that. I was very, very upset for a long time. The reason why I ran for, to be a state rep was because of the stuff that took place during COVID and a couple other reasons, and I was really upset about it. So this Ivermectin, I started researching, right in 2020, and I was just blown away. Like you had the CDC that basically put out an image that said, of a horse, and it was just incredible when people had been taking ivermectin for multi-use different things for decades. And, it's really hard. And there was a lot of that stuff that was going on. So I'm really glad where we are. It's 2025 and all of that misinformation is behind us. I love that I have a document that shows, that it was called a wonder drug all the way back into the 1970s. So, I'm hoping that New Hampshire can do this just along with all the other states and all the other countries.
Would you believe that I knew of several people during COVID that were heading down a very dangerous path towards hospitalization that stopped the minute they started taking ivermectin?
Yes, I would believe that, and I'm very familiar with it. So, I'm going to give a personal story. So, our family, except for my husband, we got COVID, and this was early on. It wasn't bad, but had no taste, no smell, so that was kind of the thing. I had called at the time, this was before everything got shut off, frontline doctors, and I talked to a doctor on the phone, so it was like telemedicine, and I received prescriptions for ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and then my husband went on hydroxychloroquine prophylactically, and he never got sick, and he stayed on that for a while. It's just kind of a force field around him, and I was better within 3 days, and it was, but the doctor from Arizona was very clear. She said, if you can get your hands on this and stock up for your family, make sure you do, because it's going to come down and they're going to stop all of this because it's just the nature of the beast. And in New Hampshire, I know that this isn't, hydroxychloroquine was through basically an executive order, the governor along with DHHS, they stopped that here in New Hampshire. And that is the reason why, if you look at other countries that take hydroxychloroquine, is, kind of like you're taking aspirin, they didn't have any outbreaks of COVID. So we know better, we do better. This is amazing for people here in the state. This is enabling legislation, and I'm hoping that we can make it happen again. We already passed it once, 2022, so let's do it again.
Any other questions? Representative Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Perhaps I overlooked it. Are there any surrounding states in New England that are taking the same course of action that you have, or is ivermectin available in any of in New England area?
Not in New England area. I had mentioned the ones that I was talking about that are working on, Northeast, right? If you consider Pennsylvania, they're they're getting very close to passing the legislation to make ivermectin over the counter. I should probably mention that this is on the radar of the federal government right now, so that's a good thing. But you know what? We're not going to worry about them. The states got to do their own thing first. I think it could happen on the federal side. That would be great. That makes it a lot easier for everyone else. But that's the closest one, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Quick follow-up. Thank you. Are you aware of any pending legislation in New England that would duplicate what you'd like to do?
No, I'm not. I did talk to a state rep in Ohio, and they, we're all on different schedules, and so that's going to be coming there. They just passed another piece of health freedom legislation, so we're going to see a lot more of this, especially since Arkansas just passed theirs, which is great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Would you believe I've been administering ivermectin to horses since was 1981, and that ivermectin has been found to be safe across a spectrum of different animal species: cats, dogs, horses, humans. It's a universal drug and can be used safely across all of those parameters. So I'm very glad that you would take my question, and thank you for coming.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that. It's used in a wide spectrum in mammals, and it was amazing. So when it was first used in animals, they saw how, from testing, of course, with animal testing and all, they saw how safe it was. And then they're like, wow, this could be used for this, this, and this. And of course, some majorly debilitating diseases that are overseas. And that's when it started. And that's why, they've called it, that's why it won the Nobel Prize. That's why, but that was in 2015, I believe it won that. But we're talking about other countries that have been kind of yelling about this off the rooftops for a long time. So,
okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, the last piece of paper is Amendment 1606 that will be introduced during executive session, just changing 2 words in the first paragraph. And Idaho actually just signed the bill into law yesterday, so now it's 3 states.
Okay.
3 states so far?
3 states.
Do you have more copies of that amendment? Yeah, I thought it was the old one.
I thought it was 1498.
Mine. I've got the ones.
He's bringing more.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you would like, I can give you, it's a long list of countries, dozens of countries that are over the counter, if you'd like that as well. So.
Thank you, Representative Potenza.
So this is the new one. Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Polazov. We need a pink card from you also. We do have one from Representative Potenza. Also signed up to speak is Jonathan Ballard, the Chief Health Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services.
Up to the chair. Okay.
What's that?
In the order you want.
Well, I had already promised Chief Ballard. I think he's under a...
I'm sitting here.
Okay, you're next, Senator.
Okay.
That you got 2. Mr. Williams had already filled out one for you, so we have 2 from you.
Well, thank you, sir. Certainly we give deference to Senator Gray to go before
And
me.
you said under 5 minutes, but if you can make it 3, that'd be great.
Absolutely, very short, sir. For the record, my name is Jonathan Ballard. I work as the Chief Medical Officer at the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. I'm a family physician by training. The department does not take a position on this bill and providing information only. So I wanted to remind the committee that this underlying bill has a savings to the state and was included in the governor's budget of at least $9 million. The second half of the bill deals with its own standing order for lab tests and over-the-counter medications could potentially provide much more savings beyond the $9 million that this underlying bill provides. Remind you again what a legend drug and a non-legend drug is. A legend drug is only those drugs that are prescribed with that need a prescription. And there was a question earlier that Representative McLean had about about why this drug is a prescription drug versus a non-legend drug, which is an over-the-counter medication. So that's determined by the FDA, and they determine that based on really two factors. One is the safety profile performed in studies, and then also the length of time and the post-marketing surveillance that is done on a medication. So the FDA makes that determination. Typically, it's not individual states that do that. For this bill, I just want to point out a few things in the language of it that you may want to pay particular attention to. I've seen this language presented in some other states in some areas that doesn't seem to be aligning potentially with New Hampshire. One aspect of it, it does not mention that anything about physician assistants. In New Hampshire, when physician assistants, this is legislation that you passed last year, reach a certain number of hours of education and patient encounters, that they have independent licensure. So that's not included in this language. So the reason why the drug is a prescription drug is that it's not been considered safe in pregnancy. So the effects on the unborn baby or the fetus has not been determined safe. It does pass through the breast milk, and it is not FDA indicated for any child less than 15 kilograms, which is 33 pounds. It does interact with liver and kidney diseases, and this is the reasons why the FDA makes it a prescription rather than over the counter. In New Hampshire, we have two cases where drugs are prescribed through a standing order. Both of those two cases are in emergency situations, one being naloxone or Narcan, and the other one is an EpiPen. So both of those are kind of emergency situations where it's life or death situation. This would be the first time in New Hampshire that it would not be a life or death situation, that a standing order for a prescription is actually effective in the state. If I may indulge, I have a few more just points.
A few seconds.
A few seconds, sure. Dosage is very important in prescribing this medication. The screening protocol doesn't mention anything about pregnancy tests, and also this bill doesn't say anything about the cost. It does mention that the individual can be charged. It's not allowable for Medicaid. You cannot charge any Medicaid client, so I would ask for that to be changed if it were to go through. And it doesn't talk about cost for does Medicaid or insurers, are they required to pay for this medication? Are they also required to pay for the pregnancy test? And it doesn't mention anything about liability protections to the pharmacist should they be issuing this medication to an individual that doesn't fit the safety profile for the medication. So with that, I'll stop and take any questions. Lastly, it doesn't mention whether it's oral medication or topical medication. Topical medication is used for head lice and lotions, topical creams. It's much safer profile versus the oral profile, which does have typically a diagnosis involved, where you proactively determine that the patient is the right person for that medication. I will stop.
Thank you, Representative Weber.
Thank you. Just for clarification, when you started, you spoke about a $9 million savings to the bill. That was the underlying bill, not this amendment. Is that correct?
That is correct. This amendment would cost money to the state with additional costs,
Are there any estimates as to how much additional money?
I think it's indeterminate.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Kofod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So, regarding your statement about standing orders applying to Narcan and
EpiPens.
So, are you aware of RSA 31847L, I believe?
I'm not.
Which authorizes the dispensing of hormonal contraceptives via standing order. So would that square with your statement, or would that be?
It does, because substantive that has actually gone over the counter federally. So that's sort of a moot point at this point.
Thank you.
Representative McLean.
So just to kind of get these comments back to the reason that it is classified when they did the studies as not over the counter but need a prescription is because it's not safe for pregnancy, pass through the breast milk, negative impact, so if you have kidney disease, and the dosage. So, I mean, if I look at my bottle of Tylenol, it says, okay, adults, this is your dosage. Children, this is your dosage. So that cannot be done with ivermectin, or it's much more complicated based on the use? Try to explain that.
No, that's a very good question, respectable. I think it's because you have to proactively determine that the patient is the right one to receive it versus, I don't know, I cannot fully answer your question, and I respect the question, but I think it's mainly because you have to take a proactive decision that this medication is needed for this patient versus an over-the-counter medication that's used for wide-ranging general conditions.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I listened to your testimony briefly there about how ivermectin specifically doesn't say in the bill about prescriptions or whatever it is for prescribing it, so Medicaid pays for it. So I'm guessing that Medicaid currently pays for ivermectin. That would be my first question.
Yes, we actually have 0 prior authorizations. So any provider who prescribes ivermectin for any condition, Medicaid will pay for it. It's such a rarely used medication. It's not something that's a high cost to the state as far as the Medicaid program for prescribed medications. And it can be prescribed for COVID, for anything, and the state Medicaid program will pay for it.
Okay, a follow-up. So I guess my follow-up question would be, if this were to pass, would drugs like Tylenol, I'm guessing, aren't covered under Medicaid because they'd be over the counter. So that would change that. Oh, was there any provision under current law that would still allow this drug to be prescribed, let's say even if it was over the counter, in Medicaid to cover it?
I think that raises an interesting question I have not considered.
Okay.
Okay, I'm seeing no other questions. Thank you. And now Senator Gray, please come forward. Thank you for your patience. I had received a text earlier in the afternoon asking.
Pay me so much money, I got it. Hello, my name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton and Gilmanton, comes down Route 11 to Rochester and Stratford. I'm not here for or against ivermectin. Okay, I went to the doctor's Monday, and on my way out, I says, "Hey, tell me about ivermectin." She started giving me stuff where she doesn't support it. I says, "Yes, but does it hurt anybody?" And she says, "In most cases, no," which is consistent with the testimony that you've had so far. It's that there could be cases where it is contraindicated. But that's not why I'm here. I talked to a pharmacist. I says, well, what about this? And the pharmacist says, well, the way that this bill is written, there are problems. Okay? Fine. Whatever. What I'm here is in support of the base bill. Okay? The estimate that I have is the original bill is the $9 million plus the other things that he talked about, and I've been given an estimate of $12 million. And as the chair of finance, I need the $12 million. Anything you put on this bill that might not get it passed takes away money that I can use for all of those things that you had to cut out of the budget to get a balanced budget. So, again, ivermectin, okay. No ivermectin, okay. I need 12 million. When I came here the first time, I told you, I usually go buy the Hannaford brand, right? But when the brand, I've got a coupon and the name brand is cheaper, I go buy the name brand and use my coupon. That's what the underlying bill does. And it'll save the state approximately $12 million, and I need that $12 million.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Representative Weber.
So, am I right in thinking that what you're saying is that it would be wise for those people who support this initiative to file it as a standalone bill next term rather than attaching it to your $9 to $12 million?
I wouldn't go as far as you did, Representative. What I would say is that anything that puts the underlying bill in jeopardy, I'm not in favor of going on the bill.
Anyone else? Seeing no one. Thank you, Senator. Also signed up to speak is former Representative Jerry Knirk.
So for the record, former Representative Jerry Knirk, MD, and this amendment's the same as HB 1022 from 2022, when people wanted to use ivermectin for the treatment of COVID. A lot of things are said about positive studies, but you have to look beyond the abstract when you look at studies. There are a lot of quote-unquote positive studies that were really poorly done. When you dig in and you really look at the study, they're not good, and anecdotes are not data. High-quality clinical studies have not demonstrated efficacy of ivermectin in treating COVID-19. A troubling issue is that recently online influencers have been touting the use of ivermectin to treat cancer and a number of other medical problems. There is ongoing research into ivermectin in treating cancer, but there's no evidence yet that it cures cancer in humans. This is not an issue of censorship. It's simply subjecting these studies to the same robust analysis that we have to give to any other study. Ivermectin does have some side effects. It is fairly safe, but it can interact with other medications, especially blood thinners. In large doses, it can be toxic. The biggest risk is that of patients using ivermectin and foregoing proven therapies. That can lead to progression of their underlying disease, and that's particularly a problem in cancer, which may be curable early, but incurable late if you've been treating it with ivermectin instead of getting the appropriate care. So again, it's not to say that ivermectin is not a good drug. It's a great drug. It's excellent in the treatment of parasitic worms, but its efficacy in COVID, cancer, and a host of other maladies is simply not proven. Permitting a pharmacist to dispense a medication by standing order requires a well-evaluated protocol established through a broad consensus of providers and pharmacists using the best available evidence, not anecdotes. A broad consensus supporting the use of ivermectin in COVID-19 or cancer or anything other than parasites does not exist. Governor Sununu's veto message on 1022 stated, quote, "The state currently has only 4 instances in which pharmacists can dispense medication without a prescription. These medications are smoking cessation, contraception, substance use disorder, and treatment for sexual assault, all of which have gone through rigorous reviews and vetting to ensure they meet all the necessary protocols prior to a medication being dispensed via standing order. All drugs and medications should be subject to the same rigorous process if they are to be dispensed by standing order," end quote. And as you pointed out, ivermectin can be prescribed off-label by a provider. Off-label prescribing is common. The FDA states, quote, "Healthcare professionals may choose to prescribe an approved human drug for an unapproved use when they judge that the unapproved use is medically appropriate for the individual patient," end quote. You can do it. Providers are free to prescribe off-label. I did that. But they do need to follow the best evidence in doing so, and they have to have a patient-provider relationship. Standing orders of pharmacists should not be used to dispense medications or indications that are not clearly supported by the best available medical evidence. Ivermectin, does not reach this level of evidence for anything other than parasites, and providers already routinely prescribe it for that indication. It's easy to access for the appropriate use. Online influencers' recommendations do not represent best available evidence. So please vote no on this amendment and let the underlying bill, which is important, get passed. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Caitlin Como from the New Hampshire Pharmacists.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDonald and members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Como. I am a practicing pharmacist in the state of New Hampshire. I've been a lifelong resident and practicing for 10 years. I'm also here representing New Hampshire Pharmacists Association in opposition of this amendment. For those who are not familiar, one of the core functions of a pharmacist is to ensure that patients receive safe and appropriate prescription medications. I consider us to be sort of a quality assurance department of the medication use process. So we assess prescriptions for the correct dose, route, frequency, clear instructions for the patient, relevant drug-drug interactions, and side effects. We also provide patient counseling on how to safely administer the medication. But unfortunately, pharmacists do not always have access to a patient's full medical history, which is critical to ensuring safe medication use. And we rely on providers, prescribers, doctors, nurse practitioners to send appropriate prescriptions knowing the patient's full medical history. As some of the others have testified, there are currently only 4 situations in current statute that allow for a standing order to be used in the place of a prescription, and this is the exception, not the rule, to medication use. While standing orders can be an effective means of increasing access to medications, the benefit is really dependent on therapy-specific training by the dispensing pharmacists. We're not prescribers by our own training, so in order for an effective standing order to be in place, we need proper training. The proposed amendment to this bill does not establish such a training requirement, which is outlined in some of the other standing orders in our state. It also does not establish rulemaking authority for the Board of Pharmacy that would help ensure that adequate training is in place for pharmacists. I wanted to highlight a concern in regards to how this may affect frontline pharmacists. I anticipate that this could cause some potential conflict and tension between a pharmacist and a patient if an individual pharmacist chooses not to dispense the medication or not to implement the standing order. In my experience, community pharmacists are chronically overworked and understaffed. Ivermectin use has become a controversial topic, and a standing order such as this would have the potential to add significant burden to an already stressful workplace. So I'm advocating on behalf of the pharmacists in New Hampshire against this amendment. I truly believe that patients and pharmacists would both be best served by obtaining access to ivermectin through the safe and lawful channels that we currently have. I have nothing to say against the medication's efficacy. I think you've heard that it does have its role in therapy, but the smartest option is to have a patient and provider conversation about the use of that medication first prior to obtaining that medication. And I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Representative McGrath, who is a pharmacist.
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for taking my question, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill has 2 parts. We're looking at the amendment. The second part of the bill, which I have a problem with because of some of the things that you've said, is that the chief medical officer can put in standing orders for over-the-counter medicines, medical supplies, and laboratory tests. And how would that affect the pharmacy business?
I just want to clarify for the committee the difference between a standing order and an over-the-counter medication, just for some clarity. A standing order, as you allude to, requires that there's a provider that signs a piece of paper with a clear protocol for a pharmacist to dispense something, either a supply or a medication. An over-the-counter medication by itself is not regulated the same as a legend drug, as Dr. Ballard mentioned. But I don't know in terms of the other pieces of the original bill. I'm not sure exactly how that will impact pharmacy. From my experience, the volume of prescriptions that we dispense based on a standing order is very low. I anticipate that with this amendment in relation to ivermectin, we would see potentially a significant increase in people seeking access to that. But again, I stand by my original statements. I think the best course of action is to have a conversation with your doctor about appropriate use of this antibiotic. Thank you. Did I answer your question?
Sure. So the second part of the bill, the standing orders would be so that Medicaid patients can just come in and get over-the-counter meds on a standing order, so the volume would be very high. Okay. So again, how would that affect the retail pharmacy business?
That would certainly cause an increase in workload for pharmacists. Patients can grab over-the-counter medications off the shelf and don't need consultation with a pharmacist, but the process that happens if they're seeking a medication via standing order to be paid by Medicaid would be that they come to the counter at the pharmacy, they ask the pharmacist to enter an order on their behalf, which takes time. The pharmacist has to process that, cross-reference their medical record, their drug list, count the medication, label the medication, provide counseling. So yeah, it certainly would add some burden and time to pharmacists in their workload.
Representative DeLamus and then Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, you said that ivermectin is an antibiotic. Is ivermectin an antibiotic?
I'm using the term antibiotic as a broad umbrella term to encompass all anti-infectives. I should have used the word anti-infective.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up.
Follow-up, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are other drugs that are introduced onto the market that have a high efficacy, and you may need to take training to learn about them. Now, the standing order, you said, or an official with your standing order has to write out the procedure on a piece of paper, is that posted in the pharmacy, or how do you know about a standing order?
Typically, the pharmacy, if they've elected to opt into a standing order, would have that piece of paper on file in some filing cabinet, and if required by statute, a training plan in place. So an example that somebody brought up was the oral contraceptives. So I am not an expert in prescribing the correct dose of oral contraceptives to patients. There are probably 50 different variations of that medication, but if I took an accredited course on selecting the correct dose for a patient based on a number of factors, weight, age, what they're using it for, whether it be, acne or other for contraception itself, then I might be qualified to help them choose the correct dose for their indication. But, without having clear guidance on what this medication is being used for, there's a variety of indications for it. It'd be difficult, I think, to have one standing order that would cover all of the uses of the medication.
Hello.
Thank you. So there have been 3.7 billion doses around the world that have been administered to people, and there's probably a very large file of how this particular drug interacts. And if a doctor or whoever writes a standing order, don't you think you'd be able to handle that? I mean, even if you have to have special training, what if it wasn't ivermectin? What if it was pectamycin or something, and it cured cancer? And all of a sudden, we had a standing order for this particular drug, a hypothetical drug. Wouldn't you be willing to take the testing and the course necessary in order to fulfill the standing order for the betterment of the people in the population who might need it?
Some pharmacists may be willing to do that. A lot of this comes down to our training. We are not prescribers, we're not diagnosticians, so pharmacists are trained in better understanding of medications, interactions, dosing, things like that. So it's outside of our traditional scope to be using a standing order. So it does require that additional training. So I think some pharmacists in the state may be interested in that, but as I mentioned in my testimony, pharmacists are overworked, stressed. This may be something that is really low priority for them based on the additional workload that they already have. So asking a pharmacist to be prepared for patients to come to the counter and demand this medication, I think is challenging for my profession.
Thank you.
Representative Weber.
Thank you. I just wanted a clarification. If a standing order was issued under this, as it's currently written, would a pharmacist be required to dispense ivermectin, or would they be able to choose whether they want to undergo that or not?
In my experience, that's a choice that's made. As I alluded to the oral contraceptive standing order, not all pharmacists are trained and do not opt in to provide oral contraceptives to every patient that would ask for it. I think it really, again, I'm going to reiterate the workload that a lot of pharmacists would probably have trouble if they weren't well trained in this particular standing order. They'd have difficulty, dealing with members of the public who are expecting for it to be available to them.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So how would this vary for the information that a pharmacist would have to give to somebody that's not even a prescription, but over the counter, if I were to say, come in and ask you for questions about NSAIDs or something along those lines? Let's say I have an allergic reaction to it or something like that. How would that differ from what ivermectin conversation would be?
So I'll try to give an example. So if you came up to the counter of the pharmacy and asked me questions, typically if I didn't know the answer, I could consult a reference to be able to provide you evidence-based information about that. My understanding of a standing order would require that it's a deeper conversation that you have with the patient. What's been going on? What are your symptoms? How long has this been happening? What have you tried so far? Have you spoken to your physician about this? It's a lot more of an in-depth conversation, my guess, outside of just a quick consultation with a pharmacist about what's the best medication for lice treatment or something like that. Does that answer your question?
Follow up?
So I guess to expand on that is what I'm looking for is specific things that you might have to do differently. Like, I mean, when it's over the counter, if this were passed to be over the counter, then you would have to have a parameter, right? Because, I mean, obviously, if you're allergic to NSAID or if you have a question and you're asking about its prescription, over the counter, you're going to have different parameters. I mean, I'm sure that there's policies in place for those companies that might not be able to give you that information. Is that correct, too, I guess? I
don't know that I'm following your question. I'm sorry.
Let me rephrase.
Sure.
Is there any reason that a pharmacist would not be able to give you information on ivermectin if it was over the counter?
No, probably not. I mean, our standard would be we could provide information on, recommended dosing for a particular indication, side effects, interactions, things like that. But, again, selecting the appropriate dose based on the indication when we're not diagnosticians, we can't diagnose, is not within our scope typically. So that would be a different conversation. Yes.
Representative McLean.
Yeah, just quickly. So a standard order like this, who would write it? Does the chief medical officer of the state write it and it goes out to everybody in the state and it's one universal standing order for the whole state? Or would each pharmacy reach out to it? Logistically, how does that work?
I think I've seen both. So I've seen situations where there's a statewide standing order, for example, naloxone, where the chief medical officer for the state does sign that, and any pharmacy can take advantage of that. I would anticipate that this would be a standing order that we would need a physician or a provider with that licensure to opt in to be the signatory on every order that's dispensed for ivermectin.
And that would be for your chain. So CVS might have its doctor and...
Correct.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Maura Weston from the New Hampshire Medical Society.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDonald, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Maura Weston, and I am here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Medical Society. I am here today in opposition to the amendment before you on behalf of our 2,000 plus physician and medical student members who live in and treat patients in New Hampshire. We are opposed. The primary mission of the Medical Society is to advocate for and promote public health issues that impact patients. The patient-provider relationship is of utmost importance to our members. We're opposed to this amendment because it singles out a specific medication in statute and sets a precedent legislating prescribing practices. With over 23,000 FDA-approved medications, we believe it does not make sense to legislate medicine. Few physicians would endorse delegating the prescribing of ivermectin to pharmacists. We rely on the importance of the patient-provider relationship and appropriate prescribing practices based on medical history and conditions. With that, we urge you to recommend this amendment in expedient to legislate and maintain the integrity of the underlying bill. And I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We heard testimony that ivermectin is a safe drug. And the debate is over how it should be dispensed. And there are, though, we heard cases from the pharmacists where we do have standing orders in place. So what is it about those things for which we have standard orders in place currently versus ivermectin that you would think makes them good candidates for standard orders versus the ivermectin, which is a safe drug, not be a good candidate for the standard order?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I will be perfectly upfront that I am not a physician, so I may not be best qualified. However, it's my understanding, generally speaking, that in cases where there are standing orders, those orders are there because of emergent circumstances. For example, naloxone, that's one with which I am familiar. And so I would suggest that there's a different standard in the case of those standing orders, and that in this case, we would prefer to rely on that conversation between the patient and the provider.
And just forgive my ignorance. You mentioned that you're familiar with the naloxone case. I am not. So maybe it might educate me a little bit to say what was the condition that said this is something that should have a standing order?
Again, I think that might be a better question for DHHS or state officials. I'm not a doctor, and really my perspective on that is from the perspective of a layperson.
Representative Palmer?
So naloxone is for drug overdose. So if you wait to get a prescription, the person's going to be dead.
So it needs to be done.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
No one else has signed up to testify on this amendment to SB 119FN. Does anyone else wish to testify?
Just literally 2 statements, real quick.
Well, it's unusual for anyone to speak twice.
Representative Weber's question, real quick.
Well, you can speak to it. We can speak after. That's fine. We usually don't let anybody speak more than once. I'm sorry. Anyone who has not yet testified, does anyone wish to testify? Seeing none, I am going to close this public hearing on this amendment. No other legislation is before us today, so that concludes our business. We will be reconvening next Wednesday morning at 9:30 a.m. and be hearing other Senate bills. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
President Trump campaigned on the promise to secure our homeland and deport violent alien criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly reelected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today, we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars, to demand the release of deported illegal alien MS-13 terrorists. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with 2 other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And 2 separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border, and these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is, and we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. Thank you, Patty, for being here.
Thank you. A lot of you don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat for the last 2 weeks in her trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, we didn't know, but when we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces. And I want to share some of those things with you. You know that Rachel's a 37-year-old mother. She has 5 children. We've walked the trail for the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a safe place for our family. It's where we go to get a little bit of New England, because that's where we're from, New England. When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet, blood gushing from her head. It left a 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts, where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail, and rocks, still stained with her blood, he used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces. 3/4 of her brain hemorrhaged. Her right and left side of her face bashed in. Her beautiful face bashed in. Her head bashed in. Broken bones, fractures. He takes and he drags her some more. He drags her through the thorn bushes. She has all the scrapes and cuts on her body. There wasn't 1 inch of her body that didn't have some kind of injury, whether it's bruising, broken bones, contusions, the scratches. She had a fractured rib, fractured nose, fractured skull. And then he takes her into the tunnel and he picks her up. He throws her against the wall. Blood is gushing from her head. Her hair is soaked in blood. And they showed us pictures of her body against the wall, outlined. The blood outlined her body. And you could see where the blood ran down around her as he was raping her. And then he threw her down and raped her some more. And then he strangled her because he didn't want her to be able to live to tell the story. They said that when they did the autopsy on her neck, that one of the things they do is they open up the neck and they look to see how far the injury is. And they went all the way down as far as an injury is possible, hemorrhaging in the muscles, because of how strong and violent the group was around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like, to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to preserve life. And that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart? That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb, or to feel those first kicks, or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say that as a mother and as an American citizen, the president and our entire team, and I hope people in this room are grateful for your willingness to come here and your request to share your daughter's story. And I think the country hears you loud and clear. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No?
I have a question.
No? Anybody? Okay. We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this evening.
Thank you for being here this morning.
We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.